Alright, so today I am going to build a computer out of all these parts. And I don't pretend to be a pro at this. I am pretty amateur actually, but I'm just going to put on camera just so I know how I did it for next time. And I'm shaking the camera too much, aren't I? Okay, so what do we got here? This is a 10th gen Core i9 unlocked 10,900K. Alright, then we have for RAM 16 gigabytes, 3600 megahertz. We've got an NVMe 980 Pro. Motherboards MSI Mag Z490 Tomahawk. And we have a cooler, the Cooler Master Hyper 2112 Black Edition. And we got our power supply, which is a Seasonic 850 watt weight set. And for the box is a Carbide Series 200R. And now I just got to figure out where I'm going to put my camera so when I unbox this stuff, and then you can actually see it happen. Like, I mean, the boxing doesn't really matter, but all right. First things first, let's get this thing out of the box, which is the Corsair. I think this will be a little bit too far down. Not that it really matters all that much. Alright, price tag on this, $1,400. And to start, to my mind, the important part is the Core i9 at this stage, and the NVMe, especially the NVMe. Basically, if you want to build your own computer, this is what you do. And I'm just going to pretty much show everything. Ugliness and all. Pretty soon I'll have a pile of boxes on the floor. And a centralized pile of documentation. Alright, so basically, when you're putting a computer together, you get a box, right? That all the electronic stuff goes in, so it's pleasing to the eye to look at. I mean, we could roll with just the other stuff, but we're not going to do that. And depending on which side this is, there are two sides to the motherboard, and probably the best one to work with is the one on this side, at least on this Corsair. Hopefully it won't take too long. The reason why I'm recording is because I don't want to take too long doing this. And you just rip off the thing. Alright, so inside the Corsair, which I'm doing a horrible job of showing. Not that it's all that. Well, there are some cables. There's a little brown box and a fan and places for stuff to go, and there's get this stuff out of the way. I spent too much time explaining stuff. And I may or may not put a graphics card in here, so this is just one that was just sitting around. Might not do that. Because you want to put a graphics card in, and the Intel Core i9 comes with graphics, at least this one does. Yeah. I'm going to pay less than, you know. I'm sure there might be some i9 builds out there that may come to around the same price that I have here, but anyway, let's see what's in this box. I managed to get it out. Showing what's going on here. And there it is. It's not a big deal. I think it's going to be a bunch of screws. I don't remember this. I bought a similar... This is the second time I've done this, basically, with this particular computer. And I don't remember having a box full of black wire ties and screws and things like that. My guess is that may not even be used. Now, there's a bunch of cables in here. And one thing that disappointed me when I was building was that in all the YouTube videos that I saw, there's some really small cables in here that if you don't know where to put them, the thing will act like it's not going to power on. I now know where to put that stuff, and I actually now have a cheat sheet. But basically, when you're putting a motherboard together in general, and it's a very general statement. Basically, and if I can't even see what I have on my own screen, and why is my mouse dead? But I'll live. Maybe I could do this. Yeah. Alright, so basically where the cables fit is pretty much where they go. Except for these tiny little things. As it applies to this Mag Z490. And as I get older, it's harder for me to read, but there is, and I really don't want to fail on this one. There's these two here, which I will do a close-up on. There's, if I can ever get them to behave. There's a power. Oh my God, if I can even be red. Better off using my cell phone to do this, but all right, we'll do one at a time. So take 50. All right, I'm not going to worry about whether this comes out perfect or not. Maybe you can tell it says power lead. It says power lead minus, and this other one says and that's of course upside down because that's the way things just have to go. That does say power lead plus. I am getting the idea that this is not going to be sharp enough. I'm wondering. Wow. I'm going to have some issues here. If I could change the resolution somehow. Is that going to be better? Start all over again, but I won't because this is low budget. So that's just about as good as it's going to get. Of course, it's upside down backwards, but we'll work on that. My God. And of course I need enough light, and by the time I'm done wrestling with this, half an hour will go by and I could have been done, but I will. Man, where's the camera pointing? Are we like anywhere near? Is this upside down? Alright, that one says power SW. So basically on the board there's a set of 6 pins, which I will show later. The back row, the power lead plus goes to the left, the power minus goes in the middle, power SW goes on the right, and that takes up 2 of them. Then there's 2 sets of 2 things, and there's an HDD LED and then a reset SW, and that's what these things are. Everything else goes where they fit, with the exception of those wires. The last build I did, I didn't know if I had it right because I didn't put the power right. This is the 3rd build I've ever done in my life. Alright, so just set this aside. Now we have the motherboard, which is basically the thing everything else plugs into. That was more of a true statement many years ago. Because now there are some things that the motherboard simply provides, like USB, Ethernet connection. But the important things need to plug into this. So this is the stuff that's going to go in the back of the motherboard, by the way. Which is, you don't need to make a study of it, but we got connections. Okay. The RAM's going to go in these 4 things. CPU is going to go in that thing. And the NVMe drive is going to go here first, and then there. And one thing about this board is that if you have SATA drives and you use it simultaneously, I think with this NVMe, one of them won't work. You can't use both at the same time unless you use this one. So if you put your NVMe in here and you plug in SATA drive, you can use both at the same time. That was another thing that threw me for a bit. Do I have a bum motherboard? Alright. And then we got a dragon sticker that I'm not going to use. More documentation. Stickers. And I'm supposed to get a free Avengers What's It with this thing, but never. Oh yeah, by the way, so this price tag for this was $1,400 down at Central Computer in Santa Clara. I really like Central Computer. I go there way too often. It is now my favorite computer store. It's mostly a hardware store. Software is now, it's not something that's done anymore, which is good. Say packaging. Okay, so we got our motherboard, and a lot of stuff's going to go into here, with the exception of the power supply. Now, what's this thing here? This thing cools the CPU. I'm just unboxing stuff as I go. The CPU logically goes in before the cooler. There's a cooler master. Last one I got looked like a giant beer can. I think this one's gonna be this one's gonna be a little more reasonable. Beer can, just a giant whatever. Now I got all this stuff online the night before. They put it all together for me, and I picked it up today. And I probably could have been there an hour earlier, but I was being foolish and playing a game on my cell phone. So, now this stuff, Cooler Master little box here. It's got like anything you'd ever want for any kind of possible CPU connection. Basically, I'm not sure, this board can take more than just a Core i9. You could also take an AMD. Maybe not. Maybe the Cooler Master with all their little apparatuses are assuming that they can be dealing with any motherboard, and so they got a bunch of different ways to mount this thing. And basically, it's going to end up going somewhere, in there. Basically, all this metal just absorbs the heat from the CPU and keeps it cool. That's how it does it. Basically, then this fan blows to dissipate the heat off of the heat that rises through the top. Set that aside. Okay, so thermal grease. Yes, this is good to have. First time I did a build, which was years ago, I don't know if I put thermal grease on. Alright, so now let's do the RAM. Maybe show the board. God, man. What am I doing? So this is the RAM. You just, like a professional, you just rip the box open, throw it on the floor. As I am. This isn't my day job, so I don't have sponsors. Just kind of do stuff. Chuck it. It's much more efficient to clean up a mess later than to like this just crash on the floor. All right, so now one thing's important. So apparently it's better to have these in like pairs or something, and basically the BIOS will yell at you if you put it in the wrong place. But I think you either have to do the first and the third, or the second and the fourth. And basically, with this thing, one side's longer than the other, and you just got to put it. And then just push it down, and these two plastic things snap up. Because we're just the best. Okay, that down. All right, so we got those two things then. Now I'm not a cable manager or whatever cable management stuff. You know, if I think about it and I throw the cable on the backside, great. But you know, I'm just putting this thing together. I'm not trying to win a show. Okay, now so we got our first component in here. Congratulations. Okay, now we're going to do the NVMe. Because this is the new form of hard disk, and I got the high-end version of this stuff, and supposed to have, and I have noticed the difference. It's the difference in the speed that a hard disk can use these things. It's like buying a whole new computer with a new CPU. Well, it's the way it was in the old days. You get a new CPU in the old days. You'd end up. Do I need a screwdriver? Do I actually need a screwdriver? Did I expect to do this? I mean, I'm a dumb consumer. I'm not supposed to actually have to get a screwdriver. Am I going to do that? Can we cut? Oh no, there's no production crew. So I'm just going to get my screwdriver. Yes, I have now. Should I? Yeah, I probably should have thought about the screwdriver, but I didn't, so I'm just going to come back. This one here seems like it might be kind of right, so who knows? If it's not, then I'll be walking away again. And I will be walking away again. So, I did have a smaller screwdriver. I may in fact end up needing both of them, so this one is small, of course. Phone call. What do you do? Hi. No. Okay, so I'm putting the computer together and recording it on camera. Yeah. So, all right. Okay. Such as life is. All right, so this little thing came. Oh, it's a smaller size. Let's open this NVMe thing. This is, by the way, been so poor. I think it's the size of it. I think it's 1 terabyte. I'm not gonna look at the box. One terabyte. So NVME's not a big deal. Just unscrew the top. I feel so much better that I have a M2 shield. That's a frozer rather than a whatever else people usually do. Then you just, on this thing, you just want to peel this, because this acts as a shock absorber. Kind of. And then this board actually does have, on this, in the middle of, am I even getting that? As I get down closer to that thing between the two screws, that is the shock absorber thingamabob. Now, what do we need shock absorbers? Well, we don't have mufflers or engines, but we do have. Okay, so this SSD from this end, just, I'm sure plenty of people have shown it on YouTube. I'm just gonna. Where'd my hammer go? No, it's okay. Just gonna stick it in to here somehow. This will go to like a 3/4 angle, and don't tell me they got me the wrong size. And cut. No, it's good. Actually, it has to go this way, so don't make the mistake I did. You'll save time. One way it goes in, it just kind of. It's like a piece of chewing gum from the old days. In fact, if you were able to find a pack of blackjack gum on eBay that's 20 years old, it would be much like this. So now you just the screw goes in the screw holes. I'm doing it this way so if you're telling yourself you're not cut out to build your own computer, I'm here to show you that you are, because if I could do it, you can do it. That's for sure. Alright, let's put this thing on. Right? Is anything complicated yet? We have to know what the things are that we need, right? But we can just get that off a list, or someone could tell us. So now we just got to put it together. So we have this shield in here. So why aren't you building your own computer? Alright, so that's in there. What? We have a hard disk already? Yeah. Yeah, we do. Isn't that fantastic? Alright, so now let's go and this is saying something about, I don't know what it says, but this little thing here comes off somehow with not with a pair of pliers, but kind of unhatches. If you're confused about that at any point, just like that. And I believe it's got this. Oh, okay. And then you just lift up the lid. And now we're going to do the most ridiculous boxing there is. A processor box does not need to be this big. Okay, so it's kind of like the gift that's wrapped in many gifts. You unwrap the first gift, and there's a gift below it. Alright, so let's open this thing up. Best way to do that is with your screwdriver that you got for $2. Or free. Let's poke holes in it. I'm not going to keep my Core i9 in mint condition, am I? For 10 years and sell it on eBay. Because it's not a baseball card. So. Alright. Just slides off, and we just shove that in the pile of stuff on the floor. David Letterman style. And then we take this box out. And we go, okay, wow. I mean, this is it? That's all there is? Yeah, that's all there is. Is there a book in here? Did I get a free Marvel comic? No. And there's still more packaging to take off. So we take this, and I'm going to be careful with this. This is what I'm told. And apparently there's some kind of gold diamond or something in the corner. But basically, it's only actually going to fit. Now, if you screw this up, the only way you can screw this up is if you really try to force it in. And that's what we do when we get desperate, but we're not desperate yet. So, if memory serves me, I don't know if this, well, you probably can't even tell with the poor lighting here, but the words are, if I were reading a book, it would be like that. You know, this is front way up on a book. I think it just fits, you know. Just drop it, you know. It's like it. That's supposed to be the scariest part. Now the deal is, I don't remember this black plastic thing being on the top. And so yeah, I'm going to take this black plastic, what's it off, chuck it on the floor, as we do, and then I'm just going to take this. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that are going to do their, and hook it around, and okay, now I've got a CPU in there. Now, thermal paste. What I forgot in my first build that I ended up just throwing out. But it says, please peel off, label before you use it. Alright, now it's got some kind of power, what's it? Shut down the floor. So there's a lot of, just, see how all this big stuff is now just suddenly evaporated? Yeah. Alright, so this power thing's got 4 things. And there's something with 4 things. There are 2 somethings with 4 things next to my CPU. Also, we're going to observe that there are 4 holes. 1. I could be pedantic. 4 holes around the outside of this thing. So, what's going on with that? We got whatever this thing is. Now, what's supposed to happen, by the way, is this is supposed to touch this, but the thermal grease is supposed to be between that and this. So I can envision that part. The part, but there's 4 holes there, and there's only 2 holes here, right? Right. So do I take back the computer now? Now, but this thing, I'm just going to look. Let's see, does this thing even fit? No, it doesn't fit on the top. It might fit or be able to attach on the bottom, so it's kind of loose, but somewhat. Now, God forbid we read the manual, but let's read the manual. My documentation goes fine. By the way, there's a couple SDI cables that came with the motherboard that was take out. I actually don't need, these are the data connections, and the power supply is going to supply the power, and each disk needs both data and power. The data will go between the motherboard, but I'm out of order. I'm avoiding my CPU. this, and they're all different, but by what it looks like it ends up that these four on my particular one have been ones that they're supposed to go in. They're supposed to be connected to something, and then we have to have something on the top. I'm gonna guess the something on the top's in this bag here. Just guess. And let's turn this thing back up. So I noticed there's like two designs. There's a straight design and like an angled design. The angled design looks like it tramples on some stuff, maybe. The straight design is actually too wide. So I'm going to toss those two things aside. Because we don't like reading manuals. We're not going to read manuals. Until the computer smokes, and then we'll take the computer store. Have them fix it. Am I kidding a lot? Yeah. But, just looking here, I think that, where am I? That's not even coming close to what I would want. So that seems to go there, except for those two things. That doesn't seem to go there. We do have to have, because the idea is going to be that they're going to connect like that to this, but these connect to the motherboard. I'll take the camera out of my mouth now because I don't have three hands. Wish I had three hands. Okay, so now it's not going to work. So basically, that is really inconvenient. What other options do we have? Oh, looks like we got some elevators. Aha, maybe I should read the manual. Alright, so first of all, it assigns letters to these things. And they're saying that on the back, yeah, this thing goes on the back. And then we got, I do remember this. I remember something. So these four things that got kind of stud heads, just basically slip in. I think. Now, of course, if I screw up my, watch the whole video before you start doing this. Because if I screw up my build, well, I'll probably take the video down if I screw up my build. But, and you're going to want to know for yourself whether you like the decisions I'm making here. All right, so it's your deal, your risk. If you follow what I do exactly without using your own brain. Okay. Always use your own brain. This is a good thing. Then on the other side, these elevator studs. So I'm going to do one at a time. And you know what? It fits, so that means it's the right thing. Basic cardinal rule. So I screwed that on. I'm going to do that 4 times. First, I'll turn this over. Don't even know what I'm getting here. I showed it once. Good enough. Alright. And why are we sticking to everything? I want to bend our pins. And our last stud. And they both feel kind of loose on the bottom. And you can't see it, but I'm just screwing a nut on, which is, you know, not that exciting, right? Alright, so now we got 4 nuts around the outside. Alright, so now we're not going to have any interference with the chips and whatnot below it. And I guess I have a choice as to which way I want this thing to be facing. And honestly, I'm not going to be thinking that far ahead. I don't think it matters a great deal. And if it literally doesn't fit one way, I think it's square though. And I'm just not going to sweat it. Now this, if I do it like this, it gets kind of close to this thing. So I am going to do it over. Even though it does get to that, close to that thing. Unless these are supposed to be inside. Kind of important. Alright, so what's the diameter of this thing? The diameter of this thing tends to make me think that those are supposed to bend in. But if they don't bend in, well, we'll just undo it now, won't we? But before and it's supposed to go square down, yeah, so before I do that, before I attach the fan, I do want to put the thermal paste on. So right now I'm just going to screw this on with my hand because it works. And I can get away with it. So let's go with this. Not that it's all that visible. Actually, I'm not even in the sight of the screen. Keep moving the camera around. This is probably the worst camera work there's ever been for a PC build, I'll admit it. I'll take the award. Alright, so I think it's kind of... maybe I got this wrong, but... it's just supposed to pretty much just go here. And I just tighten stuff. So I'm going to pick one of these power ports the way it fits. Doesn't go in easy that way, so we'll try it the other way. And that slid in. Alright, so let me figure out what kind of actual screws am I supposed to use on this thing. And for some reason, I want you to take the fan off. Because yeah, you have to take the fan off, so it's not that complicated. There's like a latch. It's hard to see, but they give you 2 extra latches too. How nice of them. Take that off, and yeah. I'm gonna screw something in. What are we screwing in here? In fact, they don't want you to attach, they want you to attach these last. God forbid. Okay, so should I do it backwards just for fun? I don't know why they don't just, assemble this stuff first. Okay, so what screw this is supposed to be. It's an H part and a B part. What do those look like? These 2 little things must be the H part. After all, there's only 2 of them. Seems to me it's kind of too small or something. This fan is going to take me forever. Actually, I think they just want you to screw it. Okay, that is odd to say the least. probably going to take me an hour. Something just doesn't feel right about that. Doesn't fit. Start feeding the screw in. I hope it actually does something. My word. I am not sure about this part at all. That's not going to work. The other one was a lot easier. Alright, I give up. Can I just go with these straight things? Too long. I mean, who drills holes in their thing? Come on. Should have been done already. This part. That's not supposed to be that way. I did actually look at the manual. So this one, appears to have parts. They don't work exactly right. This is not the one I got last time. Some thermal grease on it. Alright, whatever. Not a big deal. Don't do much. Yes, you don't want to drop it everywhere because you're trying to balance the camera. But of course I did. But thermal grease can be actually cleaned with absorbable alcohol, which I have some. wasn't trying to be exclusively hilarious during this. I don't even know if I'm getting the thing. Alright. So we got some on there, and set this down. Manage to get the screw in. The reason why they tell you to do connect it before you set it down is exactly what I'm going through, but the problem is I didn't see how those things fit. I mean, I literally do not see I got a bump fan. I don't feel like going back and getting another one. Basically, the weld, the drill hole for the metal is not flush with this thing. Unless I were to like do that. Do that. I don't even see how that goes together that way. How does that work? That interferes with the CPU, or with the pins. Did they put these things in backwards or something? I think whoever put this together put this in backwards. There's like a spring in here. Great. The simple washer heads. What's the deal? Some of the grease all over my shirt. I think that's backwards. Now look, what's that? C-clip? What is it? I really have to drive back to the freaking computer store for this? It's only $35 cooler, but jeez. Alright, now I'm wrestling this for 20 minutes trying to get a head pin off. Just not going to happen. We couldn't design it to be centered. It doesn't go like that. That's a weird design anyway. How could it center that way? Stick a nail through it. I didn't want to be messing with this thing for an extra half an hour. Nail this in place. Am I gonna super glue it together? Sorry to use super glue. Here's our problem right here. That's covered. It's too wide. Now, if I do it this way, you can see through that. How does that equate to anything that's going on here? That's backwards. Guess that's what the wire tie is for. If they misdrilled it, we're just going to use the wire tie. Yeah, right. Hey, look, it fits. Or I'm just mechanically. Or I'm a mechanical idiot. Where the heck did the other one go? And we're done. Time to go. We gotta go shopping. Where is it? Now we only got one of these. That's a nice system. I like that. It's probably sitting right in front of my face, right? There it is. Is it in front of my face? that's, I mean, I could eyeball it. That's about right. So basically, come on. Freaking wires. It's gonna melt. Cooler, man. This is supposed to do that. Am I going to nail this thing in, man? Thumbtacks? Come on. Unless I get to detach these screws and put them on the other way. This freaking nail works. Jesus. The nail works. Why wouldn't the screw work? Because it's just really short. The nail is malleable. It's kind of hooking up. Jeez. That is just... seems just wrong or something. It's like in there at an angle or something. It's supposed to go in at an angle like that? Guess that'll work. Can't do it like it would normally go. No. Gotta do it at an angle. I was an inch, and I still am not too far away from just saying, yeah, how's that gonna work? Look at that. It's like, okay, we'll see. My impression is that it should be flat. Yeah, that's... Come on, man. Alright, mean, it's not even drilled in that direction. Look at that, it just comes off. So no. Times in life you just gotta keep going, because you can't waste your life chasing rainbows all the time. Alright. I'm using nails. So I'm going to have an upside down nail in here, and I somehow got to figure out how to get it close enough to hold this thing in place. This is ridiculous. Rusty pliers. This is in sad shape. Like pathetic. You could blame Cooler Master. Did that just coincidentally work? Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, that's gonna have to be good enough. All right. Here's the other side. It ain't so great, man. The super glue may be in order. Messing with this stuff for God knows how long we're going to be doing that. So just stop now. Hanging over. It already feels like junk. just have to make it just a little tip over there. So I'm not Captain Stockpile. What's this stuff? I don't have a hardware store in my backyard. I practically do, but no, not a hardware store sitting around. Dude, I might as well just get the cooler out of my Xeon processor. Do I have a soldering gun? Maybe it's supposed to feel like this. Well, I'm going to feel really dumb. It's supposed to go on the top. Supposed to go on top of it, not on the bottom. I think. Is this gonna go in or what, man? That's horrible. Put it on top and screw it from the bottom. Can't they just all make them just the same? Oh, that was easy. I should have thought of that one. Again, I've lost sight of where it is. So, I guess I was made to make this video just to demonstrate how you could actually figure out how it's supposed to go. It's easy to say, oh, if it fits, it just works. You know, that's the way it's supposed to go if it fits. It doesn't go that way, but, which is true. If it doesn't work the first time, you didn't put the screws on wrong, no, you're wrong. Didn't you know that? This drill hole is like nowhere close. What's the deal? Oh, because it's supposed to go on top. What am I doing? They make it idiot-proof, I guess. Raise his hand. Okay, so this is supposed to go up here. Then you put it in the bottom. How many CPAs does it take to screw in a screw? Alright, so apparently I have a choice now as to what direction I want to face the fan, but do I care? No! Hopefully I didn't bust this. Should have listened to my own advice. If it doesn't fit, you're doing it wrong. Jeez, Wally. That's supposed to go in there. Okay, I'm really hating this cooler. This doesn't strike me as... Oh, that's gotta be right. Christ almighty, man. I guess it's supposed to have some play. most difficult thing about this whole thing is the frickin' and this fan cover ain't so great either. Fan clip. And wait till you see my cable management. I think I've decided I hate this cooler. I had a better one. It was huge. I thought it was ridiculously big, but made by the same company, but at least it seemed to make sense to me. I mean, how's that supposed to work? Well, if it doesn't fit just right away, it must be that I did something wrong. Or does it want to be on the other end? What the heck? Doesn't even matter. Okay, so these are supposed to somehow go. Yeah, there we go. So that's just. These go into these back holes here. I get it. I think I get it. Oh, come on. I'll just glue it. Let's get rid of the fan. I don't care about this stupid fan. Okay. Doesn't. The way that is it. Cooler Master went from like super industrial at $80 to like, okay, just kind of clips on there. It's a clip-on. These two back pins go closest to the fan. And they hook on this way. So I guess this is a video about how you could confuse everything there is to do with building and figure out how to actually get it done. I can't even get that. Okay. There's a, where my finger is, there's a black right there where I tapped. The hooks go in at the front there. And this thing just kind of stretches back. Do from the center. It just seems so off, but okay. There. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta cool it. Did we attach the cooler yet? Get rid of the nails. Yeah, should have taken my own advice. Yeah, if you start taking the nails out, you're probably not going the right way. And the wire ties. That was good. This is not supposed to be a comedy bit, though I do fancy myself as being hilarious sometimes. Alright. Next. So basically now, as you can see, Professor here now the computer's not supposed to smoke too much when you first turn it on. So, all right. Now, first clue we got. With respect to the, now it might actually be a better choice for me to see how this is cables dangling. Of course you can't, because I only have a cheap camera. And you probably still can't even see it. Anyway, this thing that I put in earlier, yeah, it might be a better idea to loop it around something, or bring it around the back. Unless, of course, that is a 4-pin. Okay. Now, if it starts making weird noises, then we'll put it back. Come on. We can work this way. I'm just going to set this down. So I'm wrestling with the wire, in case you're wondering what's going on. Will we ever get into the visible? No, we will not. You were just not. Okay, there we are. I'm going to put it in this thing. I'm going to keep it over here. I'm just going to keep it where it was. I'm going to D in cable management. I passed. I know where to put the wires. The problem is, it used to fit. All right, it slid on. I'm just going to leave it. All right. These two cables sit around. Blah, 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 blah. All right, blah, blah, blah. There's the blah, blah, blah. Move this blah, blah, blah over the blah, blah, blah. Do this blah, blah, blah. This is the power supply. Now, the one I got last time had like way too many cables, and they were connectable and disconnectable cables, and had a little packet, and just like over fancy. It was like we're going on a picnic or something. This one seems to be a little more. Plenty of wire ties, of course. And when I'm carrying the computer, this will be what I'm carrying. Oh my god, 10 pounds. That's probably 5 pounds. But it does have disconnected cables. And some little, what's it float? Oh, don't tell me. This is the bargain brand. You have to crimp your own power. Actually, you're stuck with the cables. That they give you, they bunch up. It's oh so inconveniently for you. You mean I need a pair of scissors? Go down to Walgreens. Or is there actually something to this latch? I'm not going to mess with the latch, so cutting it. Okay, I need a razor blade. Don't cut the wires. Alright. Now, power supply. First clue. Is that this stuff doesn't go outside the computer. This goes outside the computer. I'm going to look and see what looks like it's face up. So the top of the computer is here, and this is face up. This is definitely something you need to watch YouTube for. Now, if it's like that, it's a root net. It's not in right. Comes flush and straight. Thank God. All right. So I guess they give this to you in case I don't know what. I seem to have some extra parts. All right. It's just exciting to watch, isn't it? Are you guys timing me? All right. Yeah, I'm not a speed demon. Okay, so let's just. Looks like there's a screw hole there, and I have a screw. And these screws came with the power supply, so yeah, it didn't fit initially. All the screws the same size. You're supposed to make all the screws the same size. I mean, we know this from IKEA. All right, screw that. There's one. Yeah, but they try to use nails. Alright. Nails and a plier. A pair of rusty pliers. I had to put cooking oil on it when I was out of sight. How come I only got 4 of these and there's like more holes than that here? I guess they figure you only need 4 screws to keep the power supply in. But the case could have more than just one place they're going to put their drill holes, so. So now we got a bunch of cables. I give up. Alright. We're not ready to give up yet. So we're close, but alright. Now. That's junk. That's junk. Probably junk. But I paid for it, so I'm not throwing it away. Maybe I'll need it. Okay, so basically now we're going to put the motherboard in this thing. Drum roll, please. Right. Where's our clue? This is a hole. When I first time I put the the motherboard in. I was like, no way, Don. Oh, also, another oddity with wiring. There's another falsehood to what I said about if it fits, it works. Some motherboards have 4-pin fan thingamabobs, or 3-pin. Let's see, 4-pin. But sometimes fans only have 3 pins, and well, that just doesn't matter. You just put it on the 4-pin. You're all good. So, let's make it just confusing enough so consumers can't empower themselves and build their own computers. Okay. So I basically just see how that came out the back. And on the top, it seems reasonably flat. I struggled last time with which way does this thing go. Somehow I was under the impression that they drilled tiny holes in the right places and the motherboard people knew just where to put it, but not exactly that way. And now I've thoroughly mixed up all my screws. Cut to commercial. Let's see, I think the manual. There. Okay, so the motherboard has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 screw holes. So I need to find some bag that has 9 screws that look the same that fit in that spot. Does that make sense? Makes sense to me. I don't feel like putting washers on this. I don't think the washers There's just parts everywhere. But parts is parts. Like a chicken McNugget. These look far too small. Am I going to do a camera view while I'm screwing this in? No, this is not a high-paced studio. It's just I'm just some dude that has a $30 Logitech camera. And a lot of gumption to go in here and start talking about how to put this together. Do you think these are the right screws? If I'm wrong, the computer will smoke and I'll figure it out. So far, right, this isn't really, the hardest thing was the cooler. How does this thing fit together, you know? Not really rocket science or anything. Was it? No. It's time consuming. You could pay someone $100 to do this for you. Someone that knows what they're doing. But no, instead I had to do it all by myself and totally ruin the motherboard. Because of my big fat ego. Alright. Let's try this. There's one hole that's not a hole, it's just something that sticks up. I really need to obsess about this motherboard being really nice and screwed down at the bottom of this. Now, it is true the motherboard has to have the screw holes in the right place. It's somewhere in computer land people have agreed just exactly where these screw holes are supposed to go. And the problem is that the screws placed in there decently. Some of this is a unfortunate angle and my unfortunate eyesight. start it by hand. Come on. I literally can't see the... Yeah, literally, I can't see the top of this thing. Then you put it on first. Alright. You put the screwdriver in the screw before you place the screw down by holding the screw. There's some spots that are just like, how the heck am I getting to that thing? Last time I was doing this, I was putting the screws in the wrong spots. Yeah. So I'm hiding all my trash from you. There's a pile of trash behind me. This last one is going to be a real treat. How the heck am I supposed to get? Unless I had a magnetic screw, that's what those are for. And there is one point on this motherboard that is like... It's like you almost got to put the motherboard in before you put the cooler in, but we ain't got all day. What if this screwdriver... It does fit. And it is magnetic. Skipped or totally fell out. I don't, I might just pass putting the screw in, because who cares? Actually in. Got the screw in. All right. What are these things for? Let's put all the mystery meat over here, where the mystery meat belongs. All right, then we got the power. First thing is, we know the motherboard needs power. This big one. There's only one place this will fit. And so we put it where it fits. It should snap. And it does. It did snap. Alright, now the rest of the stuff is just junk right now. Is over here there's like a this is one thing different about that other fan. So there's like an 8 and a 4 pair. Okay, figure out what's coming from the unit itself. This is kind of wish they'd make it easier, but okay. I think that thing fits. Okay, that's good. All right, so taking care of one of the mystery items from the board. And I'm sorry, from the case. The case has a bunch of fans. This one is. It's got 5 on the top, 4 on the bottom with the separation. Oh, we just leave it unplugged and figure out something doesn't work, and that must be what it's for. I did leave one fan cable. These are all the power connections, but I want to do those last. Because they're the scariest. The ones I was talking about in the beginning. This thing. Nope, gotta take the CPU out. No, I'm just kidding. I see one with a 5 on the top and 4 on the bottom with a space. I see a spot that can go. Care if it's a J jumper, RK, a PW, a XZ, whatever it fits, it goes. That's what they should at least expect from us dumb consumers. Because I am a dumb consumer. Okay, so I got that plugged in. Way to go. And then we got a couple fans to deal with. The thing is, when you're repairing computers, usually don't assemble and disassemble wires from the motherboard. Put a wire tie about around everything, as if that's what we need. So I remember this board did have labels for. It did say fan. The light is so bad. Here. Alright. Anyway, what the inside of this thing's looking like now is we got some wires. Alright, so Yeah, that's a fan. Okay, so basically it's kind of 3 of the 4, and there's, it does go a particular way. There's some like grooves. I can't even see that. There's like, trust me, there's concavity. I don't have a camera to tell you to trust me, because there's some concavity to the, so it's only going to really go one way anyway. This motherboard comes with more than one fan. It's annoying not to be able to see well. You kind of thrust it down and or I can start saying things like, why would Intel make a processor that required fans? Okay. This thing just doesn't have any room for a fourth pin. What the? My eyes are gonna drop out. Okay. For fan, this is what takes forever, is the cable. It seems like if I'm trying to put it on there, it's gonna bend the other pin or something. And there's no shortage of this does go to a fan. Oh, see, now I can kind of tell. Just get a hammer. I'm still trying to connect a freaking fan. I cannot believe this. I'm gonna do that till later. Alright, I'll deal with this little temper thing, which is down here. Here's my cheat sheet. Alright. Power plus 1. Where is that? Power lead plus goes to back left. Minus goes next to it, and of course they have to make these separate. Get a real pain in the butt. And we have power SW, which takes the other two. Alright, then we have some HDD lead. Goes in front of the two. Power and reset SW. Gets a little tedious. Alright, now let's look at the end of this thing against the light. There are 3 pins. There's a groove down here. There's 3 pins that have a thing sticking out. Why wouldn't this? Once I figure out the method, why? How could something like this even? Can I even accomplish getting 1 pin on? Got it on. So, a groove, the aforementioned groove that I mentioned previously, when I took the picture of what was on the back of it, basically, and the one on the right, am I even showing that? There we go, right up to it. Kind of goes on the back of it, and it doesn't fill up the one on the right. At least that's the way the hammer fell. On. There. On. Finally. Alright, so all of the cables that came with this thing are connected. Now we got this other stuff. All right, figure out what is this other stuff for. Now here's a. There was this strange thing where. Basically 6 of these. Okay, get that on hook. There's 6 of these things. And there are people that like drag the cables behind the back. I'm just not going to do that right now. Now the weird thing about this power supply is that it doesn't have. Oh, it does over there. Those other cables way in the distance. Looks like a black thing next to the cover in a bag, or the other cables for SATA drives, I suppose. Okay, so these, I know where these go. It's difficult because it's right next to the cooler and the fan cable in the way. And I think I remember you didn't have to connect all these things. But think I remember ain't good enough. Okay, what's the dealer? Alright, so it's got a clip on the front. I can't see that. Sure it is. Boy. Where did the day go? The day is. I've taken way too long with this. So this is the power for the CPU. And I really want to be taking the freaking fan off of this thing. It's so flimsy, but I will. Crash. Clip floating around somewhere in my motherboard. There it is. I got one in. Second one, maybe. Okay, maybe that one's into. Third one. Yeah. There's. Can you even see it? Why is it that this is not. Those black things with the grooves, those cables coming down, that's where I connected that. I have to do a third one. Or I assume I have to do a third one. It's like, why does this thing have so many of these things? Horrible. This is not a very good YouTube video. Okay. None of them are just. I've got like a 6er here. I got a 2, I have a 6, I got a 2, I've got 6 and 2, 6 and 2, man. got CPU power 2. So you can probably have to refresh my memory with the manual on this thing. For the motherboard. Pump fan. I might be done, I might not. That seems kind of awkward there, doesn't it? Another 4 spot. It's not. Okay, that's 6. That's 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Where's 8? I couldn't be making much sense right now. It's 8. And this is not labeled like the other one was labeled. This is not labeled. These seem to want to go together. Basically be 3 pairs of 4, right? CPU power 1, CPU power 2. CPU power 1 is 4 wide. Six is 8 wide. Why would we just split that up like that? Actually, I think it's 4 in there. This just says R. R. Alright, that makes sense. R. I like that. So I guess this is ready for multi-CPUs. got that one in. Now I gotta put the 6 spot in. It would be nice if they just put a little trap door right there. So how on earth am I going to get this 2 in? Come on, man. I should order pizza. Where did the day go? This thing at least came off. I can't even tell if it fits. Come on. Put this little 2 thing in first. Doesn't even go in. Doesn't even fit. If I'm supposed to have an 8-port CPU fan, what the heck? I feel like it's on. I hate the cables. So what I hate about this. No, it's not getting the first row. There, it's on. Alright, now this thing. I think these. Alright, I gotta look at the power supply manual. Chinese, we've got German, Russian. Where's mine? Those are data cables. These should be data. Powerful data. LB 55. LB 57. Oh, great. PCIe. PSU. That's the PSU. And the labels are on this box. It says, read them. Fan flies. This is for this is much less clear than just do these. Gonna be here forever. forever. This is a daisy chain for SATA. It's not labeled all that well. Another one of these things. Kind of like a waste, but you probably want to get all the cables. I want to get all the cables connected. So. I picked this stuff up 2 hours ago. Probably 3 hours ago. Can't see anything. The angles are horrible. A simple cable plug-in has become a battle. I've chosen black. My God. Alright, all those are in. The question is, okay, that's a cassette. That's a SATA. What's this for? This looks for the old style hard disk. And I guess PCIe. I guess this plugs into a PCI. So I think I'm back to my original stuff. Ugh. Coke with coffee. Ugh. All right. Are these the same things? Stuck with this weird this double 4 spot. If I had my other computer handy, I would just look at that. How many terabytes this recording is? All right. As far as I know, there's one more thing to plug in. Get over here. All right. There should be a 4-spot, and I don't have any 4 spots, do I? I might be done. Ugly and painful as that was. Almost done. I'm gonna put this fan back in. Basically, I'm really cables. Didn't think so. These are like options or something. Loop stuff around the back? Not today. If you do this stuff all the time, I could see how this could be. It doesn't take that long. God, it's every time. You know, which is there a front way? Is there a back way? Which is the front way? I'm at a huge disadvantage because I just can't see that well. It almost makes me think it is worth $100 for someone to do this for me. I mean, it seems like a fun job until you get to the cable stuff. so flimsy, it's ridiculous. I'm an inch from just ripping this thing out. It's a cheese ball fan. You'd think they'd at least put screws on the side. I guess this is educational as to the extent of how much one can struggle to put a PC together. And you have to judge for yourself. Is that worth? But they're gonna put this together for me for $100. All right, man. I'm out of here. Let them do it. Now, I'm still don't even, I probably should have made a note, but I'm not even sure that, the motherboard manual is just ridiculously nondescript, so they're saying the CPU power 2 is a 4 thing, and then the power 1 is an 8. I have no 8s. Except for this, I guess that adds up to 8 that I cannot get in. If it's supposed to be 8, why don't they just keep the 8 together instead of making this 2 separate? Royal pain in the ass. But I'm ready to just try to power this thing up with the other 2 connected. If it works, stop there, man. I don't know why the power would be any different. I'm now past impatient. I'm just like, forget it. skin. Is that in, or is it like pretending to be in? It slid in real easy before. Why doesn't it just slide in easy now? Well, because blind is about. If it doesn't work, I'm going to be annoyed. Of course, right? Where's the hole, man? I can't even see. Problem is, there's always something, there's a possible angle you gotta work with. Guess that's it. Just keep going back and forth trying the last fan connection. Seriously, somebody's redesigned the PC. So like every time, okay, so you get the power in, to get the power in, you get to take the RAM sticks out. It's a simple connection that's like right there. Oh, come on. Christ almighty. Half an hour ago when I said I was done. I'm trying to get back to where I was then. I'm there with the RAM snap. On the floor. Let's see if we get something that works. Pretty makeshift. Cables, messes everywhere. Documentation everywhere. None of which helped. Let's see if we got something that works. We need a minimum of a monitor. Power's on. How about that? Why am I having the same issue I had before? Power. Why is this fan not working? Oh, that's working. It's just cables. Alright. So, the HDMI cable. It sucks not being able to see. There we go. I don't know why I was using this. I forgot why I was using that connector. But maybe because it was cheap. Cheap. It's a mess here. It's like a... Oh, was this the one that was broken? Duty keyboard mouse. Going to be able to tell the posts unless I have a keyboard and mouse. Which I do. Oh, saying memory modes were non-optimized. Okay. Yeah. We'll remedy that. Now, they're not. Saying about the memory mode nodes or whatever. Am I done? A2, B2. Yeah, power button's working. Sweet. And of course, you gotta move something else because that's the way it is. It is a nice feature about this motherboard. It says, hey, you screwed up. I was wondering to myself, did I just see the screen flash or something? Alright, so don't forget our junk. Alright, we can install SUSE Linux. 3.7 gigahertz DDR 2133. Alright. Put this back in my kit. So we got extra parts. Marathon. Should I just install the operating system to show off the blazingly fast speed of a NVMe? Should I? I think we should do that. All right. The extra cables, you just kind of throw them. So we're not doing the NVMe yet. Why did they give us all these extra parts? So see, you don't need a graphics card. You don't necessarily need a graphics card. Actually, the best supported graphics cards in Linux is the Intel. Basically, I just put everything where it fit. We already booted up. Where I put my mouse. There's my mouse. Do the installation. And got no network environment, but I could do something about that. Can't I? It's got 2 network cards. Now we're gonna there we go. These are for SATA cables. These are warnings. Parts. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna try this graphics card. Would be necessary. Guess I'm gonna pick a box to put over stuff. I will trust the repository. I don't know why it's adding repos and hasn't done hard disk yet. Can't install it. can't install an operating system. Don't have a hard disk. Do I want to activate the online repositories? Why, certainly. I already did that. Well, boxes are useful, but multi-compartmental boxes are not. But too many boxes aren't useful. Next all the time. Just go. Make it go. Then you gotta clean up the mess afterwards. Don't mind me, I'm just taking care of the trash. And I'm not going to use butter FS. Thank you very much. And yeah, there's our terabyte. And of course, what time is it over here, right? Do I have to type things? We're going to go with Wiki. We're going to disable our firewall. Enable SSH. do it. Extra parts. Alright, so Opensuse installation channel. Get rid of the most egregious junk. Now, over the years, installs have taken different amounts of time. Sometimes it'll be an hour. Start the installation. By the time you're done with dinner, it's done. And the boot speed's pretty good, but you want to stick around for that. So we're just watching, and we're basically watching an install take place. Documentation in here. Together. Documentation and extra parts. Computer doesn't work right. It's probably one of the extra parts. But I want to mix parts and documentation. So, and these are extra parts, aren't they? Parts is parts. Actually, wouldn't that be cool if this would fit in there? I'd be like, wow, man, you're organized. Wow, man. you are organized. I must put a lot of thought into that. There is some software, but I'm gonna look at it. This is not free software. Just kidding. Alright, so I've got extra boxes, but I have need for boxes for reasons I won't discuss here. I'm not moving. Oh, how am I installing SUSE? You can download the CD image. And there are various tools out there, but I used Opensuse Studio to burn this, not really burn, but copy the CD image over to the, and I'm missing the cap, my thermal grease. And I think I'll throw it away. So you just download it, and there are ways to get it to boot from USB stick. but the business workstation for this one out this week and better at it. My biggest that I have putting the cable basically. I mean, it starts, but then there's dual power. You actually need a plug-in. Yeah. I don't remember the computer, the motherboard, and same having 7 gigabytes, 3. Let's see, it should be the CPU. So let's see whether I did a little bit with the CPU. You know, I took it, had some look at. Still running out the probably the reason. Got hidden networks everywhere. And I saw this Target. I have that. Drank the whole thing. Oh, I hate this. It says we have 29 minutes, right? So half an hour didn't pass since I left. It's like just what's the deal? There we go. Good, stand her up. Go. Giant old in here is. It's not heavy, but it's just big boned. Basically leftover stuff. It also makes a good mouse pad. I'll put this in the messy room. I guess while this installs, I can talk about some other things that I wanted to make a YouTube video for, but I happened to make one without sound last time, which was not very useful. I think I'm going to check out, I could continue with this and just, might be hard to find things on these videos, but for people to see just how easy or not that it is to, what part didn't drop out of this? This is an NVIDIA card that came with an Acer. And you can have difficulties in Linux getting your NVIDIA stuff installed, and so the drivers. There's a Nouveau driver, unless the card is old enough for the Nouveau driver to work for your NVIDIA card, and then you don't get graphics acceleration, which we don't care about in the business, but I'd rather use the NVIDIA. Well, we kind of care about it. I just don't have blazingly fast internet here. Is what the deal is. That's one issue, but I guess I can go over a couple things to know about a Dell Vostro and installing Linux on it. And basically part of that is dealing with NVIDIA drivers, and the other part is getting the installer to actually recognize that you have a hard disk and trimming down the partitions. So we got a Dell Vostro with a Core i7, really fast, and it has an NVIDIA card in it, and it's got an NVMe, which was this is the first computer I used that had an NVMe in it. Now I'm going to have 4. All my computers are going to have NVMe's unless they're just too old to have an NVMe. I'm going to go out of my way to get NVMe's on all my computers. So there's one trick to the Dell Vostro, which I can't see this buried 3 hours into this recording with the answers out there, but you have to go into the BIOS and you have to undo the RAID configuration that they have, and then if you do that, suddenly when you try to at least install SUSE Linux, it will work. And I guess I'm purposely not standing from the camera, or you can see this. Alright. So you have to undo that, and then the boot is so fast on the Vostro, it's hard to actually get into the BIOS to just simply change the first thing you want to boot to be your little USB stick. Because of course you have a little USB stick like I do, right? Well, that's the way to install, because there's no DVD drive or anything like that. If you just let the install go and you don't really look at the partitioning, SUSE will preserve all the disk space that Windows wants to take, and this thing had I don't remember how many terabytes of hard drive, but it only gave like 10 gigabytes to SUSE. And so that was not good. So I did the install once again, and this time I made sure to delete just everything, all the partitions except for what SUSE wants to make, really. For a Linux system, you need to have a boot EFI partition, you have the main partition, and you need a swap partition. That's it. All this other Microsoft backup, Microsoft restore, Microsoft diagnostic, that's just a waste of your hard disk space. Yes, format the partitions. The NVIDIA drivers, to ever get an NVIDIA driver to work, it's a pain in the butt. You have to add the repo, and in the case of the Dell Vostro, if you ever use SUSE, you add repositories to add different types of software. For example, VirtualBox has a repository for SUSE there, and so does NVIDIA. Right? It doesn't just come stock with SUSE. You have to add this repo. And on the Dell Vostro, you don't have a graphical user interface at that point. So it's not too hard. Just zipper add repo, and you put the repo in. You have to make sure that you uninstall one of the new. You can't uninstall all the Nouveaux, but I think it's the Mesa Nouveau part of the whole X11 stuff to get your driver to actually have a chance to work. And I think I actually, the repo didn't even work. Actually, I'm going to take that back. So the repo didn't even, I had to download the driver from NVIDIA, which is fine. And then you run the installer, but you have to make sure that you say, I want to use DKMS. Because if you don't, every time you get a kernel upgrade, the driver goes away. You have to reinstall it. If you use DKMS, DKMS will continue to bring the driver in. Don't know why they do it that way. Glad DKMS exists. And so, and the first part of the NVIDIA install, they want to blacklist the Nouveau driver. Then you got to reboot, and then they let you do the whole thing with DK, and you might even have to have the kernel sources installed. Because it wants to compile. What really annoys me is some of these vendors want to compile the driver on the fly. That means there's source code that's been downloaded. Okay. Why don't they just, like every other driver in the world, and maybe I don't understand the, it's probably because I don't understand the hardware, but I don't know why they don't just include the NVIDIA driver in the kernel. Just send a kernel patch in. And maybe Linus rejected it, who knows, but I doubt it. And there's a ton of companies that have their drivers just already, like for example, my Logitech camera, do I have to go to the Logitech website and find some software to get it to run? I just plug the Logitech in, and then just install the camera program that I use. And it just works. The driver should just work, and the driver should just work for graphics. But for some reason, when it comes to VirtualBox and AMD and NVIDIA, they just do not. So internet speed, does have some. Sorry, let's go back. Finish my sentence. They do not just have it in the kernel, and NVIDIA at least says you want to use DKMS. VirtualBox doesn't do that. So every time you upgrade VirtualBox, you go to start VirtualBox. VirtualBox cannot be started. Please go to sbin vbox config, and then you cross your fingers and hope the kernel compiles this time, and sometimes it doesn't. So then you have to uninstall that, and then you try the one from Oracle. And then when both of them don't work, you completely uninstall, then reinstall. It's just a mess. But I've never had it so VirtualBox wouldn't install ever at some machine. I have had it so the NVIDIA drivers would not install on some machine, and the AMD drivers would not install on some machine. So yeah, if I were at work, this would have been done because I did an install just like this. So now my next point is, I did an install just like this yesterday, and it said it's going to take an hour. But it was just, the packages were just flying by. It has to do with the internet download speed. So if it takes a long time for it to download, there's a slight chance I'm installing this back to the USB stick, but I really doubt it. I remember seeing, and yeah, there's hard disk activity there on the that flashing light. So I got that connected right. The reset and the power connected right. This is good. I didn't manage that last time, so I've made progress. Alright, so now we're talking about Raspberry Pis, Rock Pis, and small computer alternatives, and what I've been kind of wrestling with recently, because it's another subject that's on my mind. A Rock Pi is a small board computer that's the size of a Raspberry Pi. It even has the GPIO, whatever things are sticking up on the top. I'm not a hardware guy, as you can tell. Did this take me 3 hours, I think? The Linus Tech Tips guy was timing himself and getting a build done in 28 minutes. Anyway, not me. Anyway, So a Rock Pi, okay, so let's back up. A Raspberry Pi has a CPU that's the kind of CPU you have in a cell phone, in general, basically. Although now Apple is using it in their desktops. But I think more than one of them. It's not an Intel processor or an AMD processor that's basically an Intel equivalent. Most AMD processors are, in fact, Intel equivalents for ABI purposes, the purposes of being able to run your applications. When software is compiled, it's turned from the source code into object code. It's run against the ABI of the operating system that you're running, which can be emulated through software emulation. And it's also compiled against the CPU, which can be emulated through hardware emulation. I guess for software emulation is not the right term, but I'm just going to use it and sue me, whatever. So, with a Raspberry Pi, if you want to run, say, Windows games, first of all, Raspberry Pi runs in Linux to start with, right? So if you can get Wine to run through hardware emulation on your Raspberry Pi, you can actually get Wine to do the software emulation, although Wine is an acronym for Wine is not an emulator. So, whatever you want to call it. I'm a little tired to start looking at terms or remembering. I know what the term is, I just forgot. Anyway, so on a Raspberry Pi, to get your stuff, get a Windows game running, you got to have Wine running under hardware emulation and use Wine for the software ABI, I guess, compatibility layer. Now that's the word. Alright. So, with the Rock Pi, it does have an Intel processor in there. I should get a chair, but I'm just not going to do that. Just lean. So a Rock Pi has a Intel processor in it, but it's one of the Atom processors. And so there's a bug in Wine, actually. So the Rock Pi costs about the same thing as a Raspberry Pi. You can install, but it's got a hard disk that's like welded onto the board. And you can use SD cards, but it's not made to boot from an SD card. And I had some issues. I tried to install NetBSD from one USB stick to an SD card. Or I think maybe it's one USB stick to an SD card in a USB connected SD holder, like SD drive, for lack of a better word. And it just wouldn't work right. The only way I can get a good install of anything that was not on the 32 gigabyte limited space on the Rock Pi was by using the EC drive that it came with. It's only 32 gigs. I mean, you can get a larger one, but you know, so after you get your base install in there, I mean, operating systems are taking up more space than they used to, so that could be at least 10 gigs itself just for the base install. You're left with like 20 gigs, and if you're installing Windows games like I was, after about 3 of them, I was down to 7 gigs. And I was going, whoa. And then there was a bug that was present in Wine showed up because it was using the Atom processor that got fixed in Wine 6, actually. Otherwise, you have to roll back to Wine 4. So I hooked up the Wine repo to the Rock Pi. I never got wireless to work. I never got sound to work. Pretty hard to share that kind of stuff. You're not just going to send a Rock Pi to your friend. You might send see the Raspberry Pi. You could like work on your SD card, and you can put all sorts of cool stuff, and you can send the SD card to your friend, and then keep working on a copy of it theoretically, and send a better copy later on, and tell them to send you back the old one or chuck it. You know, want to put a bunch of games on there or something. And you can get larger hard disks, which are not really hard, they're SD cards. But I found some stability issues with SD cards and some stability issues with the Raspberry Pi, in as much that if you try to do something kind of unusual, so I bought this thing called a Pi Top. Well, parts of a Pi Top. I bought the screen and the keyboard, but not the Pi Top case. And I thought it might be useful in a pinch. I actually thought our Dell Vostro got stolen, and I was going to temporarily use this Pi Top for our work. Well, the Vostro actually was just misdelivered, so we got it. But anyway, so I still have this Pi Top sitting around. So it's, okay, let's try it out. And I tried the touchscreen, and the touchscreen wasn't working. Okay, I need the touchscreen drivers. Let's go over to the Pi Top website and find the drivers. So apparently it's just not in the kernel, right? There is some weirdness with drivers in the Raspberry Pi, actually, as compared to the desktop. If you come to the desktop world, like I was saying before, with some exceptions, most of the drivers just load and they just work, you know. Printers, you need HP Lip for that. They got their own binary blob they send to it, but we're talking about like physical stuff that you attach, like my camera that I'm using right now. And dude, I lost my train of thought. It sucks to get older. Oh, so for the Raspberry Pi, the first thing about the Raspberry Pi, it doesn't have a BIOS. The Rock Pi does. It does have a BIOS, but it's just between the processor and the BIOS, it's not strong enough for you to say, yeah, boot from this SD card. Unless it's encased in USB, and it still doesn't really work all that right. So that kind of takes the Rock Pi out of the thing. The Raspberry Pi, you have to have these 2 layers of emulation going. You can use the SD card, but you can have more space, and you can share that with other people. This is free software, I guess, right? But the problem is that one time I was making a copy of the SD card. I know DD works just fine. I use DD. Okay. 96 gigs. And I was thinking, this is going to take a long time to upload, especially here. 8 hours. I'm like, okay, I'll try to compress this with XZ, right? So I went and I compressed it with XZ and uploaded it, and that ended up somehow, I must have used the wrong magic incantation for XZ, because I'm an XZ expert. And when I unzipped it, the image wasn't working anymore. Back to the Pi Top, I went to go look for the driver for the Pi Top, and I found out there's a Pi Top repository. I'm not sure if I was supposed to have found that out. And then they want you to use Pi Top OS. And you can kind of do that with the Raspberry Pi, just, okay, we'll use this one for this, and if I want to use the Pi Top, I got to use this one. But people coming from the desktop just think, well, this is Linux, right? If the driver works on one thing, it's going to work on the other, shouldn't it? Not really. Because the Raspberry Pi doesn't have a BIOS, there are actually some settings for the Raspberry Pi that come into play, and I can't show off the speed of this until this thing's done downloading. Yeah, it's just the network. But that goes to show you, side point, that just because you have a really fast machine doesn't mean your machine's going to be fast if you have a bad internet connection. Then you've kind of overspent. You're going to get, I mean, this is the kind of speed in this part of the whole thing that I expect from a 7-year-old Core i7, which is what I'm replacing at work. I usually buy really high end and just we go along as long as we can. But getting back to the Pi Top, so the Pi Top, I added the repository and I tried. It wasn't clear. It was like click here for the touch screen. It was just I just want to see the touch screen work. And I had a backup of my thing I was working on. You know, my plan was to like keep improving this Raspberry Pi thing and send it. I mean, other people have done probably better than what I could do, but just wanted to share it with friends. And after it installed, try to reboot, it's toast. Stick the SD card into my PC, and I could see that all the files that were there for the BIOS and stuff were just gone, or wiped out to 0, or whatever. So. And even after I tried to rebuild that, it didn't work very well. And then I had another experience with the Raspberry Pi. And Raspberry Pi uses System D, which works great on the laptop, on a desktop, but the problem with System D is if you do something wrong, or something goes wrong, it needlessly keeps you out of the operating system. I'll give you one example. This is a while back, so it may have been fixed by now, but we had this server at work, and we had this USB stick that we would use for nightly backups. And at some point when the Linux kernel version changed, the USB stick stopped being reliably, so say for example, dev SDD or whatever. And so I had to do some udev rule, but before I did that, if I tried to boot into System D, and I had to put a file system tab entry in there, otherwise it wouldn't auto mount. I want it to mount when I do my backup, right? So it was something like that. It doesn't seem exactly right, but I think I had a file system tab entry for it. And a udev rule or something. And if udev didn't work right for whatever reason because of the timing of the boot up, once in a while, it would just stop and take you into the emergency shell, and you had to use VI to edit the file system tab to get it to be the right device so it would reboot back into graphical user interface. Or Nano, or whatever. So anyway, so System D, if it stops before you get fully booted in because something's wrong, you get stuck in like emergency mode. And I could use the Linux command line. I've been using Linux for a long time, but I'm not like a super guru, and I'm certainly not really overly comfortable with it, or it's not my first inclination. I'd rather just use a graphical. If I want to edit a file, I just browse there, right, you know, and then use kwrite or something. Now I'm going to reboot. So anyway, but the case with the Raspberry Pi, I was using the I might have to power this thing if I pulled it too quick. Nope. So I just did one of these snap installs for, and it was my first snap install, and it was for Virtual Boy Advance. So I was trying to get a Game Boy Advance emulator on the Pi. And you might say, well, RetroPie's got that. in. Let's do some reboots. See what's the speed of a reboot on this. So anyway, apparently one of the binaries that was in this little snap, or the binary that was placed in System D from the snap, was an x86 binary. And so I couldn't recover the system. I had to reinstall the whole thing. So that's pretty fast. So I got to the point where I was just like, this Raspberry Pi is not all that stable. You know, the more you add in features to one of these little cards, and there were times I try to copy from one SD card to the other on my PC and then bring it over, and the copies wouldn't be, the file that landed on my SD card was not the same size as the file on the original. And I just got to the point where it's like, you know, I'm just taking too much time with this Raspberry Pi. And I'm going in circles and it breaks so easily. It's because, well, they don't have a BIOS, so all the BIOS stuff is like in the boot directory. And compiling the kernel is, I mean, supposedly the Raspberry Pi Foundation has instructions for that. I tried following it. I've compiled the kernel before. No. It did not work. And why was I trying to compile the kernel? Well, let's talk a little bit more about a Raspberry Pi. So if you don't, the problem with the Raspberry Pi is that you also feel like you're boxed into using Raspberrian. For the most part. Ubuntu's done a good job of making a distro that, actually I'll start with SUSE. SUSE has a Raspberry Pi distro, or distro for the ARM processor, right? You're supposed to write the disk to the SD card, right? And then it boots you in, and then you have access to whatever software they've made. The problem is when you boot in, it doesn't have sound, and it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Now I hardly ever use Wi-Fi. I'm not a big Wi-Fi fan, but when you're dealing with something that's small form factor, you don't want a lot of stuff attached to it. You just want to have a wireless, at least I do, just a little wireless mouse stuck in one of the USB sticks, and you don't have a cable coming out of it. That's the whole idea, right? So, but it doesn't have to be that way. I can still use it. Like with the Rock Pi, I just used it without the wireless, right? But it didn't have those things. The important thing was sound, because I was interested in checking out if I can get some wine games working, and no sound. And I just could not figure out how to get the sound driver to load. ModProbe, as it normally works, wasn't the way to get it loaded. Ubuntu does have the sound, and it's pretty good. I mean, it even has, if you log into Google, actually it mounts the frickin' Google Drive. I've never done that before in Linux. I mean, I still want to figure out what magic they did there. Because it'd be nice to have my Google Drive actually mounted and change. I think you can change directories to it. I'm not positive. It's like a mounted drive. It's like, sweet, But the problem with Ubuntu is that they only do 64-bit. Well, why is that a problem? Well, for the Windows software emulation, Wine does run both 64 and 32-bit, but actually the hardware emulation that I found that works the best, this program called Box86, at least for me. I mean, if you want to do QEMU, there is like a 2-hour procedure to go through, and it still may or may not work. At least with the latest version of Raspberry. There's a guy that worked very hard on it. He's a very good Raspberry Pi dude. It's, you know, it's Nova Spirit. Give him a lot of kudos for doing all that work and laying it out and putting all the directions just step by step. And he was putting those directions out for a Raspberry Pi 3. I was trying it on the 4, and as he had to follow the video saying, well, this doesn't work on the Raspberry Pi 4, but it does work on the Raspberry Pi 3. This is, you know. Okay. Instead of doing a 2-hour procedure, I mean, really, literally, I mean, there's so many steps to it. You have to set up a change root system. You have to do an install of a x86 full installation of Linux in the change root. A change root is like you pick a folder in your system, and for purposes of the Intel software, that acts like it's the root directory, right? Instead of the actual root directory, and it doesn't know any better. And then, of course, you have that stuff going on. Then, you know, once you get your Wine game installed, you know, how do you launch it? And I went through all that procedure after like 2 hours on a Saturday. I couldn't even get Wine config to come up. So anyway, Box 86 won't work in Ubuntu, so you're kind of, it's cool you got sound and stuff, and you know, they've done a pretty good job, but there's a limited amount of software because there's not a lot of people in ARM space that are doing anything but Raspberry, because when they try other stuff, it just doesn't work because they need all these other drivers there, or at least it doesn't, the how you do it doesn't trickle down to even to, you know, users that are willing to do extensive procedures to get stuff to work, you know, let alone just casual users. And that also brings me to NetBSD and FreeBSD. The subject is the Raspberry Pi. With now, to be fair, I didn't try the FreeBSD Raspberry Pi image. I tried the NetBSD for Raspberry Pi image. And there was a guy, and this was December of 2020, and he was working on the Raspberry Pi 4. He was from Japan, and he'd send emails, and he would say, "Oh, it's booting now," or. But I tried using his image, and I wrote it to the SD card. It just wouldn't boot. You know, so now there's probably settings in the config.txt file. There's always something in config.txt to do. One thing to know about the Raspberry Pi is sometimes you have to make a setting in the config.txt to get your sound to come out HDMI. So I imagine most Raspberry Pi users are going to connect their Raspberry Pi to their big screen TV. I mean, not necessarily, but most people have HDMI monitors anyway. And that's probably the... I don't know if I've ever heard sound come out of my... No, I have. I've heard sound come out of the Raspberry Pi speakers. I'll take that back. But... So you have to change this text file, which is really the BIOS, actually, for the Raspberry Pi. Like, I'll show you guys the BIOS. This system will... Why did I power off for? Power back on. Power button works. Delete. Get you in there. I hope. There. Okay, this is the BIOS, right? So you change settings, you know. Like this is HCI LED. Or sorry, RAID. Raspberry Pi doesn't have this creature called the BIOS. You know, when you go in the BIOS, you look to see, oh, dude, you know, what does it say about my hardware? Oh, it says I have a Core i9 10900K CPU. Yeah, does it register my memory? What does it say about my hard disk? You know, all this other stuff. And of course, I should have kept the box there. Now, it sounds like I'm just complaining, and I'm usually not the kind of person that just complains. But it's also good to have information. Right? It's good to keep in mind what the limitations of certain things are. So because the Raspberry Pi doesn't have the BIOS, you're editing a text file. Text files can get damaged, or or maybe some software vendor who's does everything just great for a Raspberry Pi 3, like PiTop, or 2, or whatever it was. You install the repo in the Pi 4, and all you get is a message that says you shouldn't be here, but it doesn't say what the consequences are. I'm not really blaming. Yes, I am. I'm not blaming PiTop now. PiTop makes a. I like the product in general. I don't like the fact that the keyboard and the screen are kind of loose as they are, but I mean, it does make a decent laptop, and there's another laptop that's more expensive than the parts I got. Anyway, the fact that the BIOS is like files that are ultimately editable by root, and it's not separate. From Raspberry Pi, it's not separate from the operating system itself. It ends up causing problems with its stability if any of those things get damaged, but also software vendors being able to just make it work right. So obviously Ubuntu knows something that the Opensuse people don't. I even went to Opensuse's, enterprise, just SUSE, get the SUSE for ARM, There's a note below it says, "Sound will not work with this." I thought that's what if you're going to pay for it, I thought maybe they would have spent the time to enable that. So I give Ubuntu lots of credit for the way they've set it up. If they had a 32-bit version, that would be my. Actually, I don't have an operating environment that's my operating environment of choice. In the Raspberry Pi. I don't like LXDE. You can install Trinity Desktop. I'm a big KDE 3 person. I'll probably never leave KDE 3. I will find a way to get that working if Opensuse stops compiling that. That's just absolutely my favorite. It makes the most sense. Plasma's nice, but I just don't like the menu present. At the end of the day, to move around in it effectively and efficiently, it just doesn't. I want just to be like KDE 3 was. There's some things that KDE 5, this Plasma has, that KDE 3 doesn't have, that does better, but okay. But out of all my choices, if Ubuntu had a 32-bit, I would choose that over Raspberry, for the most part. Now, if there are incompatibilities between Raspberry and Ubuntu, and I'm trying to use stuff like Retro, or I probably wouldn't try to use RetroPie, because I'm not interested in having someone else just give me stuff. I want to figure out how to do it myself. But if I were to use RetroPie, if there was some incompatibility between the way Ubuntu sets it up and Raspberry Pi sets it up, there's a risk of it not working a little bit, or the BIOS being messed with in some fashion where it's okay in Raspberry but not in Ubuntu, or whatever. I think RetroPie is probably the biggest, one of the more important things that's happened for the entirety of people that use Raspberry Pis, beyond just my simple use case. So after thinking about all that stuff, and the Raspberry Pi, you can clock it. You can get it to clock to 2 gigahertz. The Rock Pi has a little over 2 gigahertz to go. I was thinking, well, this, the slow CPU does seem to be causing some, or just the hard disk or something. The Rock Pi, it definitely was CPU was causing some write stability issues on anything but the EEC module that's soldered onto the board. With the Raspberry Pi, it seemed like just SD cards were a problem, although it worked fairly well. And the Raspberry Pi felt faster and snappier than the supposedly faster Intel Atom processor that was going supposedly close to 3 gigs. And I was thinking about price points. Okay, well, these two things go for $75. What am I expecting? All right. There are other kind of like small computers, and one of the main advantages of the Pi is that it's not intrusive, right? You can send one of these things to your friend, and it's not like sending a big ass box like over here, like here you go, I set this up for you. You know, there might be a question for that person: where do I put this thing, right? But with the Raspberry Pi that fits in the palm of your hand, no, right? I mean, it's obviously an advantage of the Pi, and the price of that advantage, of course, is speed. But there are other small boards that have more power, but may not be exactly as small as a Raspberry Pi or Rock Pi, but is, you know, small enough to be what I would call unintrusive, right? Oh, we can just stick that behind the book, or we just put that behind the TV, no one's going to notice. You know, it's not a big mess you're inviting to somebody else, or if you want to work on it. The Intel NUC, it's fairly compactly made. There are people that are fans of the NUC, but we're talking a completely different price point, right? So, at least around here over at Central Computer, I saw one Core i3 that was in the $200 range. You know, I don't have all their prices memorized, so don't quote me. But you still have to add the hard disk, and it does have NVMe capabilities, and the RAM. And it's a Core i3. Well, people are saying a Core i3 is what a Core i7 used to be. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess, but I have trouble thinking that's going to be the same. I somehow think it's not going to be as fast. But anyway, with that, you're talking about a price tag of like $300. You can get a Latte Panda, which is in the $200 range also, and it's like a small board. You know, you still have to get the peripherals with the NUC. Yeah, you got to get some stuff for the NUC too. Most of the Latte Pandas are ARM-based, but I think most of the Latte Pandas are ARM-based, but some of them are Intel-based. A little bit also just to cover, Microsoft has made it Windows for ARM, I'll start with that. Microsoft has made a Windows for ARM. It's in preview status, and they're working on a hardware emulation thing. Now still, you're in a Raspberry Pi, okay, you go out and get a 96 gigabyte SD card. I mean, some people swear by the stability of these SD cards, and they might be for them, but for me, it was like, that was just the killer, really. The speed isn't so great, and if you really want to, I really think what the real reason behind small board computers should have been, or was supposed to be, because of the limited CPU power, is it's supposed to be doing like a special purpose, like, oh, that's my VNC server, or it just does one thing, right? Kind of like a phone. Well, my phone does more than one thing, but you get the idea. I don't know if it's really the CPUs themselves are really going to lend to the kind of desktop experience that you like. You watch these YouTube videos and they'll do the same old thing. They'll take the latest Core i9 and they'll run the same videos, and they'll run those videos against a Rock Pi, and they'll talk about drop frames and stuff. What really people really want to know is just how usable is this. I think a Raspberry Pi could be a good VNC vehicle for virtual network computing. That is, you know, if you got a computer somewhere else for remote work, is what I meant to say. You could use that as your remote machine, right? Hide it behind the TV, sit on the couch, and you got the keyboard and the mouse there, or what? Well, probably not on the couch, but some desk. You know, this you could bring a small, unintrusive thing home. Say you have an employee that doesn't have a computer. Who knows? It can happen, right? You can give them a Raspberry Pi. Hook it up to their TV. I do assume they all have big screen TVs though, but not computers. Yeah, that may be a false assumption too, but you know, you can get it. I'm just saying you can use it as a remote vehicle. No, you're not gonna be able to run. I mean, and with the hardware emulation and Wine together, your own Wine can't run all the Windows stuff either, right? Most businesses are going to run off Windows, unfortunately. So it's good to be able to share some games that happen to work in Wine with other people. You know? So you buy a game for someone, it no longer runs in Windows, but you want them to be able to use it. You just install the Rock Pi, send them the CD, and the license. It's theirs, and they use it that way. Sorry, Raspberry Pi. You can send the little SD card in the mail, and it won't cost any extra postage than what the standard rate is. Alright, so kind of said what I think the problems are with Rock Pi and Raspberry Pis. At the end of the day, I kind of concluded these are kind of like toys, and probably the reason why the most anybody's doing in, or where all the activities happening for Raspberry Pis in games, and these are retro games, is because they're not demanding on the CPU or the hard disk. And that's why Raspberry Pi is kind of stuck there. I mean, there's some people that are doing hardware things with it, but that's what I expect the Raspberry Pi to be done by default. And you know, are we going to get out of, you know, if you want to get out of what the default is and do something that's outside the norm, which is use it as a desktop. Yeah, this is the use case I'm talking about. So I thought, well, couldn't I just? There was an old broken laptop sitting around. Couldn't I just take that old broken laptop, go find some motherboard that's pretty small, just plonk on the CPU, and I got myself a Rock Pi that's a lot better. I'll just get my old Core i7 and chuck it on there. How expensive could that be? So this would be the next price point, I would say. Now you can also get an Intel NUC, say Core i5, which is what this price point actually. What I'm going to describe is a little less expensive than that. I think a Core i5 is for like $500, but I'm not positive. Don't quote me on any prices. So you can find there's a whole. There are some industrial board makers that make boards or have made boards in the recent enough past that you can buy one that is yet to have been used. Although the board that I bought was 7 years old. The CPU that was in that old laptop was a 2nd generation Intel, or sorry, 3rd generation. It was an Ivy Bridge Core i7 with speeds of 2 to 3 gigabytes, right? So I'm thinking if I could get an NVMe in here, right? This thing's doing 3.7. If I can just get an use a CPU and a board that's got NVMe and boot from that. You know, I don't have as many cores, but I'm not looking for cores with the small thing. So isn't that just what you want? I'll just call it a Trashberry Pi. Go down to the dump, get a laptop, just ask them, can I take this home from their pile of computers? You know, give them the hard disk. Don't keep the hard disk. Get that CPU out, and then go on and find a board. Would be someone else's use case. Mine has already had the laptop. I was trying to figure out whether this was viable, in other words. That's what I was doing. So, what did I do? So I tried to buy, I found one motherboard that's like Chinese, yeah. And I learned more about what's going on in China in this regard during this whole adventure. I don't know if I conclude with this. I think I've talked about everything I wanted to talk about on YouTube. Now that I have a microphone, it's all in one thing. So there. My brain's slower than it used to be. Oh yeah, so I ordered this thing, and it was like, so what I was looking for was something that cost less than $100. This costs like $88. Ordered it. It has some NVMe capabilities, but not the fastest kind, and it's got the ability for the Generation 2 slot. They write me back, oh, we're going to return your money, it's already sold out. What? So I go try and find another one, and that other one, I think also had NVMe, or maybe it didn't have the full, maybe the first one had full NVMe, and this one didn't have the full NVMe. Get another message, oh, we're all sold out. Finally, I found this 7-year-old motherboard that takes, so the only way I could use NVMe on that is with a PCI card. Attach the NVMe to that, and it can't even use the fastest kind. And I just gotta hope it'll boot from the NVMe. What was the total price tag? So this board I bought was like $92 and some change after shipping and everything. And it got here in 2 days, pretty quick. I got free CPU, I've got free RAM. Okay, so now all I need is a case, right? We just built one. We know what we need for a computer, we just did it, right? I need a case and a power supply. Now you're thinking, well, wasn't this a laptops thing? Don't laptops have these little cables? And that's what I thought, and I looked at this board, and there was a place you can plug in, I think it was 20 volts. Well, it had 3 settings, right? But apparently that's just some backup thing. It really wouldn't start the board. It's like backup power, and I don't even know what it's backing up, or maybe it's just enough power to have a network card. That's probably what it is. So you can do Wake on LAN or Wake on USB. That's probably what it is. So I couldn't start the board. So I go down to Central Computer, and I say, well, and I find a small. Okay, so sorry, this board is 7x7, and I found a case that was going to be a foot by a foot, pretty light, black, no, kind of like this but smaller. I'm thinking, great, and it had a power supply built into it, and it's like $80. I'm like, score, man. Okay, so it only cost me $100. Okay. So, well, I'll just get a PCI card and NVMe too, because it had a PCI slot. So price tag $177 at that point, plus the 92. That would be great, except for the fact that the motherboard that I had needed a power connection of just 4 of the just one of those 4 things. It comes from the power supply, but the power supply in the case didn't have just the 4, so I had to get a bigger box, and I had to get a separate power supply. At the end of the day, the total cost for that was $205, and I returned the combo, case and power supply. So now we have a cost of $205 plus the 92. So now we're at $297. Let's call it $300, and plus $85 for the half gig NVMe. So we're at $380. And I thought, I'm going to be busy building these computers, and I'm not so sure how they figured out how the power worked. I wasn't even sure how it would work. I thought there was going to be little jumpers on it like there is here, but they were saying, no, the power comes in these two things. Or I don't know if they said no, but they pointed that out. I didn't even know that. There's several pages of documentation from DFI. I think it's DFI that makes the board. Yeah, DFI. It's whatever this thing is. CR101D. Anyway. So I said, I'll let these guys. So it's $129 to build it. So we're at. I may be off on the math a little bit there, but basically the total price is going to be $510, and I had to come up with my own CPU and my own RAM. Maybe I should have built it myself. $380. Okay, so the price point really is $380 if you can build it yourself. I just wasn't experienced with that board. Now the Chinese boards are probably going to be much like, well, I don't even know, but I'm guessing it's going to be much like a board like the one I got today, except that instead of putting a 10th generation Intel in there, you can put a 3rd generation, and it just works the same way. The problem is I just couldn't get any, and I'm just getting tired of waiting, is it going to come, oh no, we're sold out, and then, so I said, okay, let's get this thing. Now, if I would have stuck with the SATA, but if I do that, then it's kind of like, it actually comes back to this. If your laptop still works, just don't take your stuff out. Just keep it in there. You're not doing yourself any favors. I mean, unless I find a motherboard that just has full NVMe in it, and I don't even think the chips support that. Like you need PCI 4 to take full advantage of the NVMe, and PCI 4 wasn't supported, or might not even be supported yet. I'm not sure by these chips. They're out now, so you'll have a faster experience, but will you be able to use all of the power that comes with the combination of the NVMe and the CPU? Probably not, unless you get one of these Chinese boards, maybe, depending on what the chip actually supports, which is unknown. I mean, there is a YouTube video of some guy booting into Windows 10 on a Pentium machine with an NVMe, but he's probably just getting the speeds you have on SSD anyway. Now, what would the cost? I have old SATA cables, or not cables, discs sitting around. So, what would the cost be if I just did that? As a way to revive an old laptop, or make use of a CPU that's no longer useful because the screen doesn't come on, or the power button doesn't work, or whatever. But you have good parts besides that. Well, it's at least $90 for the motherboard. A case, you can argue that a case isn't really all that necessary, but you're going to need a power supply. And so, power supply is like, it could be $50 to $100, and it's got to be a power supply for your generation. I'm not sure about that. Just a lower wattage power supply, basically. This thing's got, I think, 750 watts or whatever, but because I was thinking about this, I was going, well, there's a lot of people that are just getting rid of their old computers, and here during COVID, all of a sudden all the students had to be at home, and do we know every student has a computer at home? We don't know that, right? So I do know that Google gave away some Chromebooks. I remember the governor announcing that, but if the state had some program to get these old CPUs, I thought. Turns out, I think that these old CPUs and RAM and stuff are mined and they're sold to people in China. So I was watching another YouTube video, and there was this guy that was saying, well, if you want to use old CPUs, use Xeon CPUs. Now, the price of a new Xeon right now is like $9,000. The speed isn't faster than a Core i9, but apparently it just has some stability features in it that the Core i9 doesn't have, whatever that is, or however that equates. I don't understand what that is, but supposedly it's better to justify a $9,000 price rather than $514 that I got for this thing. Probably same number of cores. I mean, as far as I know, it's no different, but whatever. But people want to pay $9,000 for a processor, they can. But if it is that much better in design, anyway, top of the line used CPUs are Xeons, and there's enough of them that you can go on eBay and you can get one for like, $25 or $250 or But there's a lot of different grades of Xeon processors that are out there, and I don't know what the good ones are and what the bad ones are and stuff like that. But you can get a Xeon processor, and apparently that's the most popular one to actually get and use for people that do this. But they're mostly in China. I mean, Americans, hardly anybody does this. Basically, people just think, oh, the computer's old, just put it outside on the curb, I mean, maybe they'll format their hard disk, but certainly they won't write zeros to it. But, or just drop it off, I guess there potentially could be a market, or a way to, but anyway, at least with a laptop, I probably shouldn't even frame it that way. So if you have a desktop is more repairable than a laptop. That's my point. So if I had to choose like what I'm going to use for recycling between a laptop and a desktop, I now thoroughly believe that you're better off just keeping your stuff in the original, what's called form factor, right? And a desktop, if you figure out the video card's broken, you don't have to like crack open the thing, and once you open a laptop, it's like really hard to put it back together again and have it be solid or replace it. You'd have to dismantle the thing just to replace the card. I mean, once something's gone, it's toast, right? You can keep a desktop in its original form factor and add, say, a PCI card relatively easy and cheaply to that, and give it away to a child, first, or the state could do that to give it away to students for their work. All right, I think this is everything I ever want to talk about and more, so I'll just stop here. And of course, I have to actually move my mouse and keyboard over there to do that. If I can find it. I think I've covered everything. So basically, the Raspberry Pi seems to be reasonably robust, reasonably good in some ways. It's not going to make it a desktop, and it's never going to have like really wide adoption because it's basically the OS with all the support that you want is Raspberry, and you're kind of stuck in Raspberry land. Rock Pi, the processor's too weak, and the the hard disk is too inflexible. Trying to make a small bore computer out of I guess I'll end with this. Out of an old laptop motherboards are of an odd shape. Right? So at the end of the day, you're going to end up with something that's like 7 inches big. You're going to want to put it in a box instead of having a medium-sized pizza silicon sitting around your living room. Raspberry Pi, you can get away with it. You can just hide it behind the TV. It's like 3 inches by 3 inches, but 7 by 7, that's a whole different story with a big-ass power supply inside. Now, maybe if I find my dream motherboard that has the ability, just get this wattage of thing to plug into it and it works, kind of thing, and it's small, and I could plonk in my older CPU into it, and it's for like $150 or something, which would justify, you know, $500 isn't really justified, I'm going to admit that, into this thing, then that might be a good alternative to, you know, Raspberry Pis and actually give people enough, you know, computing power. But the problem is that the inconsistencies between, you know, what the processor can do and what the real benefit is for the student. You might as well just use just give them, you know, the older computer that's disposed by the side of the road, or see if you can slap in an NVMe with a PCI card and put any other money into it. That'd be like $80 a person for, say, a school district or the state or whatever that's trying to get students to have computers, but it's going to be of all sizes. It's not going to be unimposing. I wish there was a perfect solution out there, but I haven't seen it. So I guess I'll end with that. Maybe. My mouse will work.